Oh, hey everybody, Jeffrey Guterman, and we're making some progress in the scheduling with the new app. We're back to 1911 baseball, and I had this scheduled for 2, then I changed it to 3, now I'm on at 2:08. We'll see. I'll wait for Kathy Harden. This is the second of a 4-game series. We're still early on, April 17, 1911. And it's going to be George Bell starting for Brooklyn and Hooks Wiltse for the Giants. And I'm looking forward to this ball game. I hope you are too. I'm going to go ahead and make some of the coffee. And we'll see if we make it to 4 o'clock for the other stuff. It's going to be a leisurely ball game. A very freaking leisurely ball game. And Kathy Harden has arrived. Yes, she has. This is at Hilltop Park, by the way. I didn't realize that, there was a fire at the Polo Grounds and they had to rebuild it. And while that happened, they used Hilltop Park. Give me a couple minutes here to start the coffee and then we'll go through our lineups. Yes, we will. I'm also going to post a tweet on this. Yeah, we'll make some coffee. And I don't know if you were here. If I said it, if we make it to 4 o'clock, I'll start the other stuff. Yes, I will. Whoops. Christ. Okay. Got the scheduling going nicely now. At least it's working. I'm working out a few bugs. Oh, Lord. There's some thunder here. But the rain has stopped. Let me make that coffee. And we'll play some ball. Let me make some coffee and then post that tweet. Got a nice picture of Hilltop. That'll be about 10 and a half. Oh, now we got the coffee brewing. Let me set up this tweet, everybody. We're glad to have you here. All right, let's get that going. Okay, the tweet is up and it's good. Let's go through our lineups. For the Brooklyn Dodgers, they're 2-2. 3 games behind the first, 3 games behind the first place Cincinnati Reds. You remember they won their 4th in a row last game. Leading off for Brooklyn will be Bill Davidson in center field. Batting second at shortstop, Bert Tooley. Batting third, playing first, Jake Daubert. This is for the Brooklyn Dodgers. The cleanup hitter, John Hummel, second base, Hummel. Batting fifth and playing left field, Zach Wheat. Batting sixth in right field, Bob Colson. Batting seventh at third base, Eddie Zimmerman. Batting eighth and catching, Bill Bergen. And the pitcher batting ninth, he's 0-1 on the season, George Bell. George Bell. Remember, the Brooklyn Dodgers came in 7th place 64 and 86, they were bad. Let's put it that way. For the New York Giants, leading off in left field, Josh DeVore. And Ron McGrath has arrived. Glad to see you, Ron. Batting second, Larry Doyle at second base. Batting third and center, Fred Snodgrass. Batting fourth, hitting cleanup in left field, Red Murray. Batting fifth at first base, Fred Merkle, who made the famous Merkle's boner in 1908. Batting sixth and playing shortstop, Al Bridwell. Batting seventh and playing third is Art Devlin. Batting eighth and catching, Chief Myers. And the pitcher with no record, a left-hander, Hooks Wiltse. Rube Marquard will pitch for the Giants. The great Rube Marquard in their next game on the 18th. And then they'll finish off the series on the 19th. With the fourth game of the series, it will be Red Ames. They'll have a day off on the 20th. Doc Crandall will pitch on the 21st against the Phillies in Philadelphia. Then they have 2 days off. I don't know why. Wiltse pitches. I'm wondering where is Christy Mathewson. He will not pitch until the 25th. It's a long season, though, people. The coffee is brewing. And the New York Giants take the field, playing in Hilltop Park. It's in Washington. I forgot the exact area. And this game, it looks like it was rescheduled. That's weird. I don't know how that could have been rescheduled from the 17th. Well, it was whatever. It's at Hilltop Park. Let me get some coffee, we'll play ball. Kathy Harden for the Dodgers. Okay. I can go for that. I can go for some of that. Okay, it's Hooks Wiltsey on the mound. And leading it off for the Dodgers is Bill Davidson. Right-handed hitter for Brooklyn. Okay, Wiltsey is ready. He's a left-hander. Here's the windup. And the pitch to Davidson. That's going to be 4-6 right-handed. Struck him out. That's one away. Now Bert Tooley comes up. Okay, Wiltsey. The pitch to Tooley. That's going to be 3-5 left-handed. Struck him out. That's 2 strikeouts to start it off for Wiltsey. 2 outs. And Jake Dalbert comes up. Again, the Dodgers came in 7th. The Giants, New York Giants, were the pennant winners. Remember, the Cubs won it all the year before in 1910, and the Giants came in 2nd. An excellent team that year also. It's 2 outs, nobody on. Dalbert at the plate. Here's Wiltsey now. The windup and the pitch. That's 6-8 left-handed, and that is a drive hit out into right center. It's dropping, extra bases, and Dalbert rounding second goes into third with a 2-out triple. A 2-out triple by Jake Dalbert. He had 8 on the year. Dalbert on third, 2 down. Here's John Hummel. Okay, Wiltsey from the stretch. And the pitch to Hummel. That's 1-5 left-handed, and that is a base hit by Hummel. Right over the second base bag. Dalbert comes in, and the Brooklyn Dodgers lead it 1-0. Brooklyn won the first game of this 4-game series. A quick 1-0 lead by the Dodgers. Hummel on first, 1-10, 1-8 being held. Here's Zach Wheat. Okay, here's Wiltsey now. And the pitch to Wheat. That's 1-7 left-handed, and he flies it to center field for Snodgrass. And he makes the catch, and the side is retired. 1 run for the Dodgers. On 2 hits, the triple with 2 outs, then Hummel knocked him home with a base hit. 1 left on after a half. Brooklyn Dodgers 1, New York Giants coming to bat. It's going to be George Bell on the mound today. He's 0-1 for Brooklyn. Nice to have the full records, isn't it, of these pitchers? Thank you for the retweet, Kathy Harden. And as you can see, their fans in front are still waiting to get in. It's early. Fans are still waiting to get into this Hilltop Park for this ball game. Just a quick view outside the park. Okay, leading it off for the Giants is Josh DeVore. Left-handed hitter facing Bell. Okay, Bell is ready. Here's the windup and the pitch to DeVore. That's 3-7 right-handed, and that is a double down the line for DeVore to open it up. Josh DeVore on second to lead it off for the Giants. Here's Larry Doyle. There's John McGraw standing on the dugout steps. Doyle, a left-handed hitter. Okay, Bell now. Doyle's going to lay it down. He's an A bunter. The infield is back. He remains an A. Here's the pitch from Bell. And Doyle lays it down, and it's a beauty. 8A. Hit to first base. Dalbert takes it himself to the bag, and DeVore goes to third. So it's a sacrifice bunt for Doyle with DeVore on third, 1 out. And here's Fred Snodgrass. He gets a big hand. Snodgrass, a hometown favorite here with the Giants. Okay, here's Bell now. And the pitch to Snodgrass. That's 3-7. Right-handed. Flies to left. That's going to be deep enough for DeVore to tag. And tag he does. And that's going to tie up this ball game. It's 1-1 now. A run batted in for Snodgrass. 2 outs, nobody on. And here's Red Murray, the cleanup hitter. 2 sacrifices, one a bunt, the other a fly, resulting in the first run for the Giants. Okay, Bell. The pitch to Murray. That's 1-9 right-handed. Grounds it to second for Hummel. He throws it over to Dalbert, and the side is retired. 1 run, though, for the Yankees. We've gone 1 inning. It's a 1-1 ball game. Okay, Wiltsey on the mound to start his second inning here at Hilltop Park. It's Bob Coulson to lead it off. Wiltsey into his windup. And the pitch to Coulson. That's 4-10 right-handed. Fly ball to right, and DeVore makes the catch, 1 away. Now Eddie Zimmerman, I don't think he's related to Heine, but you never know. One out, nobody on. I'll have to check that someday. Okay, Wiltsey. The pitch to Zimmerman. 4-11 right-handed. Fly ball center for Snodgrass. 2 outs. And here's Bill Bergen, the catcher. Dodgers pinch hit for Bergen later in the game. He hit 132. My God. At least he's a 2 catcher with a -1 arm. Okay, here's Wiltsey now. The windup, the pitch to Bergen. That's 4-9 right-handed. Base hit up the middle for Bergen. So Bergen is on. You have fans from Brooklyn here. You have fans for the Giants here, even though this isn't their stadium. They're leasing it as since the fire, requiring the rebuilding of the park of Polo Grounds. Bergen on first, 2 down. And the pitcher, George Bell, 1 WR. Facing Wiltsey, the left-hander, the Giants' left-hander. Okay, Wiltsey from the stretch, and the pitch to Bell. That's 3-6, and he grounds it to short for Bridwell, and he throws it to Merkel, and the side is retired. No runs for the Dodgers on 1 hit and 1 left on. We're in the middle of the second. It's 1-1 here at Hilltop Park. Fred Merkel leading it off in the bottom of the second for the Giants. Here's Bell now. The pitch to Merkel. 3-4, right-handed, grounds it to third for Zimmerman. Throws it to Dalbert, 1 away. And now Al Bridwell, left-handed hitter. Okay, Bell is ready. Here's the pitch to Bridwell. That's 6-7 left-handed, and that is a base hit by Bridwell. Second hit for the Giants. Bridwell on first, one down. He's a D. Now Art Devlin, the batter. Okay. George Bell is ready from the stretch, and the pitch to Devlin. That's 2-4 right-handed. Hit him! So it's first and second with one out. George Bell hitting Devlin, first and second. Here's Chief Myers. Wow, 332 average. The Giants have something going here. Bell from the stretch. The pitch to Myers. That's 5-8 right-handed, and that is a double down the line. Bridwell scores. Devlin goes to third. It's 2-1 Giants. And it's second and third, one out. And Wiltsay comes to the plate for the first time today. A 3-WR. Oh. Okay, Bell trying to get out of this. They're bringing the infield in on Wiltsay with second and third, one down. Here's the pitch from Bell. That's going to be 5-9, right-handed. And he flies to right. That'll be deep enough for Devlin to tag. And he does. He tags, and there are two outs. Myers holds on second. So Wiltsay helps his cause with a sacrifice fly, second sacrifice fly for the Giants today. It's two outs, Myers on second, 2 runs in, 3-1 Giants over the Brooklyn Dodgers. And here's DeVore, who doubled and scored in the first. Okay, Bell. Here's the pitch to DeVore. That's 2-5 right-handed. Walked him. So it's first and second. I'll tell you. Bell has already lost the game in this early stage of the season. It's first and second, 2 down. Here's Larry Doyle. Bell trying to get out of this with 2 runs in already. Here's the pitch to Doyle. That's 2-7 right-handed, and he walked him. And that will load the bases with Giants. And 2 outs. Here's Fred Snodgrass. Bell struggling here in the second. Oh. Yeah, Bell in big trouble. What's his problem anyway? Okay, he's not so bad. Don't forget there's a 7th place team out of 8. Okay, here's Bell now. The bases are loaded, 2 away. The pitch to Snodgrass. 212 right-handed, base hit to right. That'll score at least 1 run. Myers comes home. Let's see if DeVore will stretch it. This was a base hit to right field. DeVore 1-17, my lord. 1-19 with 2 outs. And -2, 1-17. They'll let him come home, holding the other 2 runners. So 4 runs in, 3 runs batted in for Snodgrass today. And that's going to be it for George Bell. That's it for Bell already. Manager Bill Dalen has had enough. Bill pitched 1 2/3. He allowed 1, 2, 3, 4 hits. He walked 2, hit a batter, no strikeouts, and he's allowed 5 runs thus far. Whew! That was a quick outing by George Bell, who was the loser of record, in danger of becoming 0-2. Pat Reagan, a right-hander, pitched in this game in real world. And why not use him now? Pat Reagan. So Reagan takes his warm-ups, 2 outs, bases loaded. He's going to try to end this inning already. It's 5-0 Giants. And Red Murray is the batter. Reagan is ready. Okay, Reagan now. I'll do a full wind-up with the bases loaded. Here's the pitch to Murray. That's 6-9 right-handed. Grounds it to short X. That's for Tooley, a 364. That's 2-3. And it goes through for a base hit. Doyle scores. Snodgrass goes to third. That run will be charged to Bell. Murray with a run batted in. That's 5 runs now. And Fred Merkel with his second at bat of the inning. The Giants have batted around. Merkel opened up the inning, grounding to third. Here's Reagan now. And the pitch to Merkel. That's going to be 6-10 right-handed. Grounds it to short for Tooley again. He's a 3. That'll be 3-3. I think that's going to be a hit. Yes, it is. A base hit by Merkel. And Snodgrass comes home. 6 runs in this inning, all charged to Bell. And that'll be 7 in total for Bell. It's 7-0 Giants. Sorry, Kathy. And here's Bridwell now. Just 2 walks and 3 singles in order. Bridwell 1 for 1 this inning. Here's Reagan trying to get out of this. He came in and allowed 2 singles with the bases loaded. Okay, Bridwell, left-handed hitter. Here's Reagan. And the pitch. 1-6 right-handed, walked him. And that'll load the bases again. 6 batters in a row this inning have reached base, and that's after a whole lot of this stuff. Now Art Devlin. Are we going to have to pull Reagan? We'll see. Art Devlin is the batter. Big inning here for the Giants. A big 6-run inning. Remember, it was Devlin who got hit by the pitch by Bell. Here's the pitch to Devlin. That's going to be 4-9 right-handed, and he struck him out, and the side is finally retired. But what an inning it was for the Giants. 6 big runs. Lots of fun for Giant fans, not so much for Brooklyn. We've gone 2 at 7-0. Whew, Lord. And I gotta tell you folks, I need to take a little break after that. That was a bit much for me. This is the Strat-O-Matic Baseball Network. We're doing our 1911 replay. They can't all be winners, folks. They can't all be great games. This is the second of a 4-game series. Dodgers took the first one. Giants out for revenge here. Knocked out Bell in the second inning. And then Reagan continued, allowing 2 singles and a walk. P.S. 6 runs came in the second. It's 7-1 after 2. We'll be back in 3 to 5 minutes. And while we take our break, we'll let you enjoy some of the views of beautiful Hilltop Park. The Yankees played here until they moved to Yankee State. They moved to the Polo Grounds, I think. I think so, yeah. Pretty shortly after this, and then to Yankee Stadium when it was built, I think in 1921. But this is where the Yankees played. Washington Heights in Manhattan. And we'll be back in just a few minutes. Well, we're back at Hilltop Park. In fact, we never left. And we're going to head to the top of the third. It's a 7-1 ball game. Batters came to the plate in the bottom of the second for the Giants. It's not much of a battle at all, even though Brooklyn took the first game. Ooh. Oh, that's good. Good. That water tastes so good. We bring all the games to you, folks. They're not all close ones, but some of them are amazing. So it's good to see that sometimes you have blowouts, but the game is far from over. We're only in the top of the third. Hooks Wiltse comes on out, left-hander, to pitch to Brooklyn. It'll be the top of the order. Bill Davidson to lead it off. And you've got fans of both teams here, especially that this is not even the Giants' park. Again, the Polo Grounds burnt down and they had to rebuild it. I don't know when they came back. I think toward the end of the season. Okay, Kathy Harden for the Dodgers. Here's Davidson. He struck out in the first. Okay, Wiltse is ready. And the pitch to Davidson. That's 3-10 left-handed, and it's a base hit to right for Davidson to open it up. He's an A, 1-13, 1-11 being held. Here's Bertulli. Tully struck out in the first. Wiltse from the stretch. The pitch to Tully. That's 6-6 right-handed. Struck him out again. And that's the third for Wiltse today. And here's Jake Dalbert, who tripled in the first, came home on Hummel's base hit. And that's fouled back and out of play by Dalbert. It was raining lightly earlier. Now it's cleared up and the sun is trying to make its way through. Wiltse from the stretch. And the pitch to Dalbert. That's 5-8 left-handed. Grounds it to second. And Doyle forces Davidson. There's 2 outs and Dalbert is on first base. For John Hummel. Zach Weed on deck. Okay, Wiltse. The pitch to Hummel. That's 5-7 right-handed, and that is going to be a double down the line. Dalbert rounds second, goes to third. This is with 2 outs, second and third. And it's up to Zach Wheat now. Zach flew to center. Okay, Wiltse now digs in from the stretch. Second and third, 2 outs. Here's the pitch to Wheat. That's 4-10, left-handed. Grounds it to short. Bridwell has it, throws it over to Merkel, and the side is out. No runs for Brooklyn in the top of the third. 2 hits, 2 left. After 2.5, 7-1 Giants. Pat Reagan will start his first full inning. He has an endurance of 5 in relief. He pitched 1/3 of an inning, had a devil of a time getting that out. He allowed a base hit to Murray, 1 to Merkel, and then a walk to Bridwell until he finally struck out Devlin. Chief Myers leads it off, bottom of the third. Okay, here's Reagan now. And the pitch to Chief. That's 6-7 right-handed. Grounds it to short. Tooley has it, throws it over to first, 1 down. Look at these, look at that without an X. I think that's pretty good on a 7, but what do I know? Now Hooks Wiltse steps up for his second at bat. He had a sacrifice fly in that 6-run second. Okay, Reagan. The pitch to Wiltse. That's 6-5 right-hander. Pops it up to second base, and Hummel makes the catch, 2 down. For Josh DeVore. Josh doubled and scored, walked and scored. Here's the pitch to DeVore. That's 3-3 right-handed, and that is a base hit to right. His second hit of the game. Josh is on 1-15, 1-14 being held, 2 outs, and here's Larry Doyle. Doyle had a sacrifice bunt, walked and scored. DeVore, a double-A, 1-14 being held by Bergen. The pitch to Doyle. There goes DeVore, and he is safe. DeVore steals second with 2 outs. And Doyle now has a chance here with DeVore in scoring position. 7-1 Giants. They're not letting up. Here's Reagan now. The pitch to Doyle. That's 2-10 right-handed. Walked him. First and second, 2 outs. For Fred Snodgrass with a sacrifice fly singled and scored. Knocked in 3 runs. Two outs, first and second. Reagan trying to get out of this. Here's the pitch to Snodgrass. Oh, 6'9", right-handed, grounds it to short. Tooley, a 364. That's 19-3. And he throws him out, and the side is retired. No runs, 1 hit, a walk, 2 left. We've gone 3 here at Hilltop. It's 7-1. 7-1 Giants. Giants believe that they can win the pennant this year. Cubs took it last year in 1910. Here's Wiltse now. He'll face Coulson, Zimmerman, and Bergen. He only played 2 seasons, Eddie. I see no mention of a relation to Heine. I think they would say so. Kathy Harden calling for the Dodgers to get on the board. They trail by 6. It's going to be Bob Coulson leading it off. Okay, Wiltse, the windup, and the pitch to Coulson. That's 3-8 left-handed, grounds it to short for Bridwell, throws to Merkel, 1 out. Now Eddie Zimmerman. He flew to center in the second. Wiltse into his windup, and the pitch to Zimmerman. That's 5-5 right-handed, flies to center. Under it is Snodgrass, 2 away for Bill Bergen, the catcher. He singled in the second. Here's the pitch to Bergen. That's 1-4 left-handed. Fly ball left field for Murray. He makes the catch, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Wiltse. And we're heading to the bottom of the 4th. It's 7-1 Giants. Here's Red Murray now to lead it off for the Giants. Bottom of the 4th. This is Reagan's second full inning. He's pitched 1 1/3. He leads off in the 5th. We'll see what happens. Murray is 1 for 2. Here's Reagan. And the pitch to Murray. That's going to be 2-10 right-handed. Lines it to third. Caught by Zimmerman. 1 away. Now Fred Merkel. Merkel 1 for 2 today. 12 home runs, 84 runs batted in. Okay, Reagan. The windup and the pitch to Merkel now. That's 2-8 right-handed. He pops it up to third for Zimmerman again. 2 away. And Al Bridwell is the batter. Singled and scored and walked. Okay, Reagan. The wind and the pitch to Bridwell. That's 4-8. Left-handed, he walked him. So Bridwell is on with 2 outs. Second walk drawn by Bridwell. Here's Art Devlin. Hit by a pitch and scored and struck out today, Art Devlin. Here's the pitch from Reagan. And that's 5-7 right-handed, struck him out. And that is the second strikeout for Reagan. The side is retired. No runs, no hits, a walk to Bridwell, left on base. We're going to the top of the 5th. We're gonna use the Kathy Harden method here. We'll let Reagan, I'll get it right eventually. Reagan, we'll let him hit. Better yet, we won't. Nah, we won't. So Reagan pitches 2 1/3. He allowed 1, 2, 3 hits. He walked 3, struck out 2, and allowed no runs, but not a very impressive outing. Let's see who's going to hit here for Reagan. It's going to be Dolly Stark. Dolly Stark will hit. There's somebody new. He'll lead off here. Let's see who's warming. Boy, they use Reagan a lot. Brooklyn, 3 games in a row. Raleigh Aitchison. Raleigh Aitchison and Cliff Curtis. Okay. Those are a couple that we could use. My Lord. Oh. God almighty, you don't even have these people. Oh, God. Let me take another look here. I'd like to know what I'm doing. Cliff Curtis. Oh, that's on the Rustlers, for Christ's sakes. Tex. Oh, God. Jack Ryan. Burke, Dent. I think we'll go with Eddie Dent. God. Yeah, it'll be Eddie Dent to come in. I don't see him starting. He's a right-hander. Eddie Dent is warming for Brooklyn. He only pitched 32 innings. So here's Dolly Stark Pinch hitting for Reagan in the top of the 5th with the Dodgers down by 6. Wiltsey is ready. Here's the pitch to Stark. That's going to be 210 left-handed. He walked him. So Stark is on. He's a 1-13 and a C-stealer. We will not be sending him anywhere. Hello, Dolly, indeed. So Dolly is on first. And it's the top of the order, Bill Davidson. Davidson 1 for 2. He's a part-time player, hit 233. Shows you an idea of this Brooklyn team. Okay, Wiltsey now. Davidson 1 for 2 today. From the stretch, Wiltsey, and the pitch to Davidson. That's going to be 110 left-handed. He grounds it to short. Bridwell to Doyle to Merkel. It's a double play. And that'll be 2 outs. Sure takes the wind out of those sails. Oh. Whew. It's almost the witching hour. Not long. You'd be surprised. Boy, that 4 o'clock can't come soon enough for me. Okay, Tooley steps in. 2 outs, nobody on. Here's Wiltsey now. That's going to be 6-5 right-handed. Struck him out. And that's the 4th for Wiltsey, who's looking very good. No runs, no hits, the walk, none left after a double play. We've gone 4.5. It's 7-1 Giants. Wiltsey didn't pitch that much. He only had, he had 24 starts. He's sort of a, I don't know what you would call him, a little more than a spot starter. And he's holding his own. Yeah, there's a new pitcher here for Brooklyn, Eddie Dent. Eddie Dent comes in now. Eddie Dent lived a very long time. He died at age 86. He pitched for Brooklyn from 1909 to 1912. 4 years. And he only won 4 games in 4 years. Dent's son, Elliott Jr., was awarded a Distinguished Service Cross for his aerial combat victories in World War II. And Eddie Dent lived until November 25, 1974, when he died at the age of 86. So, bless him. He should be very proud of his son. Eddie Dent takes his warm-ups. We're heading to the bottom of the 5th. Here's Chief Myers to lead it off for the Giants. John McGraw, the manager, sitting with his arms folded, having a chat with his coach, taking it easy. Okay, Dent is ready. He's a right-handed hitter. Myers at the plate. Here's the windup. Pitch to Myers. That's going to be 4-4 right-handed. Grounds it to third X. Zimmerman, a 220. 14-2. That's going to be a reroll. He's a 20. 26. And he boots it for an error. An error by Zimmerman, and Myers is on. First error of the ball game. And here's Wiltsey, the pitcher. He's a D-bunter, so we'll have him hit away. Wiltsey, a 3 WR. Dent now. And the pitch to Wiltsey. That's 4-2 right-handed. Fly ball left. And Zach Wheat makes the catch. 1 out. Can't come soon enough. Josh DeVore. Whew. DeVore 2 for 2 and a walk, scored twice. Stole a base. Very good game for Josh. Okay, here's Dent now from the stretch with Myers on first, 1 out. And the pitch to DeVore. That's going to be 3-7 right-handed, and that is a base hit by DeVore again. Myers goes to third and holds. So that's first and third with 1 out. DeVore a 1-14. He already stole a base. It's first and third, 1 away. Here's Larry Doyle. Lord, look at that. Doyle. No at bats, a sacrifice and 2 walks, scored once. Everyone's done their part on this Yankees lineup. Everybody. Here's the pitch to Doyle now. Infield is back, 4-8 left-handed, and he walked him. So it's bases loaded, 1 out. And Fred Snodgrass comes up, the infield back. Dent in trouble already. I'm telling you, Kathy, this is a 7th place team. This is a, you know, I mean, anybody could lose a game, but look at that score sheet. Okay, Dent trying to get out. Infield is back. Here's the pitch to Snodgrass. That's 1-6 right-handed. He flies it to center, but it'll be deep enough for Myers to tag. Davidson makes the catch, and home comes Myers. It's unearned. After the error by Zimmerman. But we'll give a 4th run batted into Snodgrass. And it's an 8-1 game. 2 outs now, 2 outs, first and second. And here's Red Murray, 1 out, 2 out. They're playing like it all right, you bet. As we would expect in Strat-O-Matic, very realistic. Bad hitting, bad pitching. Okay, here's Murray now facing Dent. The pitch to Murray. That's 2-6 right-handed, grounds it to short. And Thule has it, throws it to Dalbert, and the side is retired. But another run for the Giants. No hits, a walk, an error by Zimmerman. And 2 left on. We've gone 5 here at Hilltop. It's 8-1 Giants. And Hooks Wiltsey is pitching very good baseball. His endurance is only, I say only, the 7th, because these players, they have like 9, a lot of them, 9, 8, you know. But still, he's hanging in there, going for his first win of the season. Bell on his way to an 0-2 record. Oh. Let's get some coffee here. Let's get some hot coffee here. Whew, God. Whew, Lord. Okay, it's going to be Daubert. Daubert leading it off. He's 1 for 2. He tripled in the first, scored the only run for the Dodgers, reached on a force left on. We'll say has been very tough today. Oh. Ah. Oh. Oh. Okay, here's Wiltse now. The pitch to Daubert. That's going to be 3-7, left-handed. Struck him out. Number 5 for Wiltse. And he's just getting stronger. Or so it seems. Now John Hummel, he's 2 for 2, singled and doubled, left on both times. He did knock home Daubert in the first from after Daubert's triple. Okay, Wiltse is ready. Here's the windup and the pitch to Hummel. That's 2-6 left-handed. Struck him out. Number 6 for Wiltse. 2 outs. And here's Zach Wheat. Oh, Zach, 0 for 2 today. Flew to center, grounded to short. Wiltse into his windup and the pitch to Wheat. That's going to be 6-6 left-handed, grounds it to second. Doyle has it, throws to Merkel, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Wiltse. And after 5.5, it's 8-1 Giants. And here comes Eddie Dent. He allowed an unearned run in the first. Everybody's had difficulties on this Brooklyn team as far as pitching today. Fred Merkel will lead it off. He died in 1956 at age 67 in Daytona Beach. Had a very long career. Hit 273 lifetime. He had 3 daughters. Wow, his grandnephew is computer scientist Ralph Merkel, who's still alive. One of the inventors of public key cryptography and a researcher on cryonics. Wow. Small world. His grandnephew, and he's 71 years old today. We would be going back constantly if we want to just know all, but we hope that in time we'll get to know these people very well. Merkel, 1 for 3 today, will lead it off for the Giants. They lead 8-1. And 4 o'clock cannot come soon enough for me. Here's Dent now. Dent in his second inning of relief. Here's the pitch to Merkel. That's 2-8 right-handed. He pops it up to third for Zimmerman, 1 away. And that's not Heine, folks. That is a different Zimmerman. That is Eddie Zimmerman. Here's Al Bridwell. Bridwell singled, walked twice, scored a run. Oh, Christ almighty. It's an 8-1 ball game. Here's Dent now. The pitch to Bridwell. That's 2-9 right-handed. Base hit for Bridwell, his second of the game. He's a D. No going. And Art Devlin is the batter, hit by a pitch and scored and struck out twice. It's Bridwell on first, 1 out. Art Devlin the batter. 4 o'clock, where are you? Where the hell are you? Okay, Dent is ready from the stretch with Bridwell on first, 1 down. Here's the pitch to Devlin. That's going to be 6-9 right-handed, and that is a double down the line for Devlin. Bridwell goes to third and holds. Second and third, 1 out for Chief Myers now, who's 1 for 3. Doubled and scored, reached on an error and scored. 1 run batted in. Here's the Chief now. It's 1 out, second and third. Okay, Dent. Here's the pitch to Myers. That's going to be 4-6 right-handed. Walked him. Oh, my Eddie. Eddie has loaded the bases with New York Giants. And only 1 out. And here's Hooks Wiltsey. With the bases loaded, 1 out. The infield is back. Okay, Dent will do a full windup here. Here's the pitch to Wiltsey. That's going to be 6-10 right-handed. Grounds it to third, forcing Myers, and Bridwell comes home. Wait a minute. Forcing Myers. It was bases loaded, yeah. So we have first and third, 1 out. Wiltsey knocks in his second run. And that's going to make it a 9-1 ball game. And here's Josh DeVore. This might be Dent's last inning. First and third, 2 gone. DeVore 3 for 3 and a walk. Scored twice. Here's the pitch to DeVore. That's 4-9 left-handed. Walked him. My Jesus, that'll load the bases for Larry Doyle. There's some action in the in the Brooklyn bullpen. It's going to be Elmer Netzer, a right-hander. Elmer. Elmer played 8 years. Died in 1975. Wow. At the age of 90. Very interesting. These people's lives are just absolutely fascinating. And you want to know something? This base, saber.org, really, they have good bios. Okay, so Elmer is warming. Here's Larry Doyle, bases loaded with 2 outs. It's 9-1 Giants. Here's Eddie Dent now, trying to get out of this. The pitch to Dent. That's going to be 3-9 right-handed, and that's a chopper to first. 3-10, I'm sorry. It's a base hit up the middle for Doyle. I am so sorry. Devlin comes home. Wiltsey could stretch it, but we'll let him hold. So that's 2 runs. I think that's going to make it 10-1 Giants in a blowout today. Dent getting blown away here. It's bases loaded, still 2 outs. Here's Fred Snodgrass. That was the first hit for Doyle today. Okay, Dent. And the pitch to Snodgrass. That's 1-6 right-handed. Flies to center. It's a good thing I would have pulled him. Davidson under it, makes the catch, and the side is retired. 2 runs for the Giants on 3 hits, 2 walks, and 3 left on. And after 6, it's Giants 10, Dodgers 1. Meanwhile, Wiltsey pitching very good baseball. He was 12-9, not a bad record for a championship team. We move to the top of the 7th. It'll be Colson, Zimmerman, and Bergen. I sure as hell hope that the Dodgers can get to Dent, so we can pinch hit for him. Okay, here's Wiltsey starting his 7th inning. He's allowed 1 run in 6 innings. 5 hits, struck out 6, and walked 1. Here's Wiltsey. And the pitch to Colson. That's going to be 4-9 right-handed. Base hit up the middle. Barring a double play, it looks like we'll have a pinch hitter for Dent. Here's Eddie Zimmerman. Eddie, my name is not Heine, Zimmerman. Zimmerman 0 for 2. Here's Wiltsey now. And the pitch to Zimmerman. That's going to be 3-8 left-handed, and he flies it to left. And under it is Murray for the out, 1 away. Now Bill Bergen. It's funny, they had a pinch hitter for Bergen. He only hit 132, and they used another catcher to pinch hit for him, what I think I'm gonna do. Yeah, they used Tex Brown. I'll use, oh, he's lefty-lefty, my God, no. Let's just leave well enough, we'll let Bergen hit. Look at this. 132, and he hit 227 at bats. My Christ, it's not like he came up just a few times. Here's Bergen, 1 out with Colson on first. Dodgers down by 8. Here's the pitch from Wiltsey. That's 2-7 left-handed. Grounds to short, double play. So we're going to let Eddie Dent pitch one more. Move to the bottom of the 7th. My Lord. 2, 3, 4. He pitched 2 innings. Been pretty bad. Allowed an unearned in the 5th, 2 runs in the 6th. Only because it's such a blowaway. Here's Red Murray to lead it off. Okay, here's Dent now. The pitch to Murray. 111 right-handed, grounds it back to Dent, who throws it to first. Dalbert, 1 away. Here's Merkel. Merkel 1 for 4. And the pitch from Dent. That's 1-7 right-handed. Fly ball center field for Davidson, 2 away. And Al Bridwell is the batter. Bridwell 2 for 2, 2 walks, scored twice. Dent into his windup. That's 3-10 right-handed, grounds it to first. Dalbert has it, takes it to the bag, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Dent. Well. We've gone 7. It is 9, 7, 6, 7, 8. Wait a minute, 6, 7, 8, 10. It's 10-1. And that's the last inning for Eddie Dent. They'll have a pinch hitter for him. It's going to be Netzer coming in for Brooklyn to pitch the bottom of the 8th. Dent, 2, 3, 4, pitched 3 innings. He allowed 1, 2, 3, 4 hits. He walked 3, struck out none, and allowed 2 runs. 1 unearned run. So Netzer would be the 4th pitcher. Let's see who's going to hit for Dent here in the top of the 8th. It's going to be Red Smith. Red Smith, part-time third baseman, left-handed hitter for Brooklyn. Oh, he's a right-handed hitter, yeah, against the southpaw Wiltsey. Red Smith comes in to lead it off, pinch hitting for Dent. Top of the 8th, here's Red Smith now. It's 10-1 Giants. Okay, Wiltsey. This is actually his second endurance inning. He's fresh. Here's the pitch to Smith. That's going to be 6-7. Right-handed. Grounds it to second X. That's going to be for Doyle, 339. That's 12. That's going to be a split. Doyle is a 39 on second base. 39-6. And he boots it for an error. Doyle with the error. And that's the first error for the Giants today. Smith is on. He's a 1-12. I don't worry about it. He's a B 1-10, 1-8 being held. Now Bill Davidson. The Dodgers are down by 9 runs here in the top of the 8th. Davidson 1 for 3, Wiltsey on the mound. From the stretch. And the pitch to, oh, you bet, Kathy Harden. Very quiet tonight. Here's the pitch to Davidson. That's going to be 4-10 right-handed. Fly ball to right. And DeVore makes the catch, 1 away. You know, I don't know how they learn about this. I guess, you know, the afternoon edition of the newspaper, think about it. There's no radio. There is, you know, you get word of mouth, and you also get the you know, the newspapers were huge back then. You had like 8 major newspapers in New York City. Each of them often with afternoon editions. The Brooklyn Eagle? Oh, really? Let me check that out. And you could pick up a copy on your way home. Here's the Brooklyn Eagle, an afternoon. Oh, you know your shit. Afternoon daily, published in the city for 114 years when Brooklyn was a separate city, and right through 1955. It had at one point the largest circulation of an afternoon paper. You know, I remember, he was the editor, Walt Whitman, for 2 years. You know, I remember walking out of Shea Stadium, I think it was 1973, after a game, and they're selling, this was the New York Post afternoon edition. And it showed that Louis Armstrong had died. Isn't that something? Thank you very much, Kathy. That's fantastic. You get so hung up with nostalgia, at least I do as I'm older. God. Okay, it's 1 out. Smith on first. Here's Bertulli. That was the way to find out. I don't know if the game ended in time for the afternoon edition, but I sure as hell hoped it did. Okay, here's Hooks Wiltsey now. From the stretch, facing Thule, and the pitch to Thule. God, how did you know that? That's a grounder to short, and that'll be a double play to end the inning. How did you know that? I mean, what is it? You know news? You're from Connecticut or what? I mean, not that I'm surprised that you know it. Oh, you miss newspapers, I know. I have not bought a newspaper in decades. I feel like my parents, my father, you know, that the world has changed. They say some days these will be the good old days. I'm not so sure. But I'll tell you one thing, Kathy Harden. You're part of my good old days. And it's almost the witching hour. Folks, I'm going to take a break here. We're in the middle of the 8th. And you know why I'm going to take a break? Because I frickin' want to. Kathy Harden is from New York. Where were you born exactly? I was born in Jamaica Hospital and then grew up on Long Island. You have a New York accent? Where are you from New York? And how'd you... White Plains? Well, excuse me. Isn't White Plains a nice area? What is that, like, in Westchester County or something? North of New Rochelle or something like that. Westchester County, sure. It's like the northern suburb of Manhattan. Similar to Long Island in terms of its suburbia. Back in 1911, God, it must have been rural. You know what I mean? Folks, we've gone 7.5, and it's a 10-1 ball game. And we'll pick it up in about 3 to 5 minutes. We hope you're enjoying it. You know, Ron, you have a good point. ICYMI Strat-O-Matic game is a good game. Absolutely. I'm just joking with you, guy. You're a good sport. But you're right. Any game is a good game. You're right. There have been some games where I'm just tired and I shouldn't be playing. I'm fine now. I'm cruising. In fact, I wish this game was not so far on. When we come back, it will be Elmer Netzer. Frickin' A. Elmer Netzer, the right-hander for the Brooklyn Dodgers. He was used both starter and relief. 204 innings pitched. He was 11-12. Pretty good for this team, which was a lousy team. And Elmer will pitch the 8th. He'll face Devlin, Myers, and Wiltse. And we'll be back in 3 to 5. And when I get back, it's going to be, oh yeah, really cool names, Ron. Elmer, I love it. Hooks, Wiltse, yeah, oh yeah. You know, absolutely. Zach Wheat, I mean, really. When we get back, it'll be the witching hour. We'll take we'll take a hit, and we'll come back to this ball game. This is the Strat-O-Matic Baseball Network. Indeed. Oh, frickin' indeed. I'm glad you told me about the Brooklyn Eagle, Kathy. I don't know. I just don't know. I think I might have heard of some of the newspapers, the New York Herald Tribune, maybe, you know. But I never heard of that, the Brooklyn Eagle. Very impressed. Not surprised, but impressed. God, is it humid out there? Well, it's the witching hour, folks. I hope you all understand. And while I acclimate myself, I'll let you enjoy maybe a picture of the inside of the park. Another picture. This is Hilltop in 1912. The three buildings in the outfield, it says still stands today. I'll show you a picture. Can you imagine those still stand today? That looks to be first base, if I'm not mistaken. Oh Lord, I'm gonna go with some of my, I don't know why that came off here. Go with my cream indica. Whew. Lord, yeah. I've been waiting for this. So, Kathy Harden. Just to imagine those buildings still stand. Oh. Oh God. Shit. Where's my frickin' lighter? For Christ's sakes. You know what? I need to use the lavatory before I do this, because there's no, it's not worth doing it if you're thinking about going to the bathroom. I'll be back. Oh, God almighty. You token there, Kathy? Oh, is that tasty? Oh, that's tasty. Kathy Harden, you token? Oh, that is so much better. I'm glad I don't use before 4 o'clock. I usually go later. It wouldn't mean anything. I don't want to be buzzed all day. Oh, I don't want to do it. Exactly. Or later. You know, I'm usually later than this, but today I'm just, I'm bored as, not bored, I'm tight. You know what I'm saying? I'm tight. My brain is tight, tightly wound. But yeah, I'm pretty good about that. I know some people, you know, they talk about wake and bake. No, thank you. I'll just, I'll use coffee. You know what I'm saying? You saw me have my last bit. So, the Brooklyn Eagle. I'm just trying to think, was there any other way to find out who won the game? They're all day games. If you're at home in Brooklyn, and this game is playing at Hilltop Park, actually in Manhattan, It's I think Upper West Side of Manhattan. And word of mouth, there's no radio. It's got to be newspaper, that's it. And word of mouth. You know? Can you think of any other mode? Oh, Lord. They did have sometimes for big games, like World Series and stuff, there were places, I don't know where, I know in Manhattan and maybe in Times Square, they'd have someone get a, I think it's, it was updated by Telegraph, I believe. And you know, it blows my mind that the Telegraph was invented before the U.S. Civil War. That blows my mind. And Lincoln would often go to the telegraph office in Washington to communicate with his generals. That's a technology that, in a way, is far more revolutionary than even the internet. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is, you know, you could go across oceans with the telegraph. Oh, that's very tasty. That's a indica, folks. It's indica. It's nice, nice starter for me. It just sort of eases me out of things. And you are on the Strat-O-Matic Baseball Network right now. And I know this is sort of, to me, it's almost like the Twilight Zone. You know? It really is. Oh, yowza. Yowza, yowza, yowza. Let's get ourselves reoriented here. And we want to thank you all for your patience. Elmer Netzer will be the fourth pitcher for the Dodgers today. None of them have really fared very well, not even Reagan, even though he was better than the rest of them. Bell was a disaster, a complete disaster. And by the way, pulling him as I did in the second, he ended up allowing 6 frickin' runs that inning. 5, and you reach fatigue. Runs 5 and 6 came after he was pulled on the single by Murray and then Bridwell. Or maybe it was Murray, yeah. Murray and Bridwell. Elmer Netzer. Taking his warm-ups, the fourth pitcher for the Dodgers, and like I said, he had a pretty good record for them, 11-12. They're a 7th place team. And leading it off for the Giants is Art Devlin. Devlin 1 for 3, doubled and scored, struck out twice, hit by a pitch and scored. Okay, Elmer. Into his windup and the pitch to Devlin. That's going to be a 6-5 right-handed fly ball center for Davidson. And that's 1 away. So Elmer retires Devlin. And here's the Chief. And that's not, back in those days, that was not offensive. It was a nickname. And I've been called Chief. How are you doing, Chief? You know, that has a ring to it. It has a rhyme to it. You appreciate it more at 4. More at 4. And it's 4:18, and I love this creamy indica. Okay, Chief at the plate. Chief's had a good day. He's 1 for 3, doubled and scored, reached on that error by Zimmerman and scored. Okay, Elmer. And here's the pitch to Myers. That's going to be 2-8 right-handed. Grounds it to short. Tooley! Oh, he throws him out. And a big hand for Hooks Wiltsey. And you know, Wiltsey really, this is a man who's come out here and pitched good baseball today. Hooks Wiltsey of the New York Giants, I'm telling you. Has really pitched up a storm. Hooks Wiltsey is coming to the plate though. But he's been tough today. Oh, Wiltsey has been tough. Look at that. That's a real frickin' person. Look at that glove he's got on. And Wiltsey is a left-handed pitcher, by the way. There it is, left hand. Wiltsey, Jesus. Look how fucking real that is. Look how frickin' real. Wow. Hooks. Get your hooks in them. Wiltsey will be coming to the plate. I hope you don't mind. I'm trying to get my mind on Hooks Wiltsey here. He earned his nickname Hooks because of his exceptional curve. He pitched a perfect game through 26 batters on July 4, 1908 until he hit the Phillies pitcher George McQuillan on a 2-2 count in a scoreless frickin' game. What was McQuillan hitting for? This was the only instance where a pitcher lost a perfecto with 2 outs in the ninth by hitting a batter. Scherzer came close to that. He did so, but he went on to complete the no-hitter, unlike Wiltsey. He had a 6-0 lead and was able to retire the next batter to end the game. That's weird. He had emphysema. I was about 8 months old when he died at age 79. Wiltsey. Hook Wiltsey. And he's coming to the plate because of that curve. That's Wiltsey. He is a 3WR, hits right-handed. With 2 outs, nobody on, Elmer has retired the first 2 Giants here in the bottom of the 8th. Here's Elmer now. The windup and the pitch to Wiltsey. That's going to be 3-9 right-handed. He struck him out. And, you know, Netzer looked good. He really looked like he had command. And I believe he's the cat who had a son who was a decorated flyer in World War II, Elmer Netzer. And we're going to the top of the 9th. And it's been quite a ball game, no doubt about it. I've learned a lot. And Kathy, I'm telling you, I learned about the Brooklyn Eagle. And that is you know what that's like? That's like being introduced to a whole nother world. Ideas are worlds. And constellations of ideas are universes. And we're heading to the top of the 9th. It's been quite a ball game. Look at that score sheet. Holy Christ. And I'm looking on the big screen. Yeah, I am. I'll admit it. Oh, I think that's funny as heck. Do you know that? Oh, Lord. I think that's funny as heck. I've enjoyed this ball game. Oh, that is so spooky. Isn't that spooky? Look at that, how that thing just keeps... Look at this one right here. This one right here, nicely framed. This is not the thing itself. This is a image of it. Even this is a, because we have this whole thing here. But yeah, I like that a lot. Right, nice curves to it, or dimensions. Hooks, will say, for the Giants. Now, are you going to like the Giants if they go on to win the pennant, Kathy Harden? That's the question I'd like to know. I don't know where your loyalties really rest. I think you're loyal with the Mets and the Yanks. You're like me, both. I could be wrong. And I think you have some favorite teams that, you appreciate the Tigers from '69. I don't think you'll ever root for the Red Sox. I don't think you'll ever do that. But yeah, I have my musings. This has been a very good ball game, actually. In a way, it's been, I think, very realistic. Christ, if you don't think a game like this can happen. 10-1. Brooklyn Dodgers down by 9. And they're going to get their last crack at it here. It's going to be Daubert, Hummel, and Wheat. I'm glad to see Wheat come to the plate one more time, the youngster. Some great hitting by the Giants today. Snodgrass with 4 runs batted in, 2 sacrifice flies, a base hit that brought in runs. Really impressive. And everybody got a hit except Wiltsey, but he knocked in a run with a sacrifice fly. Knocked in 2 runs. And everybody else got a base hit today. But even Wiltsey contributed. So Hooks Wiltsey takes the mound. You got to know he's tired. I don't freaking care what you thought of it back then. That guy is tired. It's going to be Jake Daubert leading it off for the Dodgers. And there's, just imagine, in the flesh, could you imagine John McGraw? And I bet you could go up before the game, and yell out to these people. Some people had cameras, but not many. Okay, Daubert steps in. Hooks Wiltsey, starting his 9th inning. He's allowed 1 run, and it was in the first. You remember Daubert himself tripled with 2 outs in the first, and Hummel hummed him along with a base hit. And here's Hooks Wiltsey facing Daubert again in the 9th. Daubert 1 for 3 tonight. Today. 5'9" left-handed. Fly ball center. Snodgrass makes the catch, and it's 1 out. Freddie Snodgrass. Well, here's John Hummel now. This game is winding down. We'll have a post game. And we don't expect you folks to stay. I'll just stay until I realize I need to go. Hummel with 1 out and nobody on. And he's 2 for 3 today, Hummel. Off Wiltse. Okay, Wiltse. The windup and the pitch to Hummel. That's going to be 1-7 left-handed. Fly ball left. Murray makes the catch. 2 down there. They're already celebrating here in New York. Oh yeah, the history is just, you know, Ron, I could just go, I'm serious. I'm being sincere. I know I took a hit, but I'm being sincere. It's almost like a fantasy, you know, at age 65. I was just thinking how grateful I should be to my descendants. And I know I have pictures of my great-grandparents on one side. How grateful. As much trouble as I have, I am glad that we have life. As opposed to, it's not like we're suffering, you know what I mean? And some of us are. Well, here's Zach Wheat now, the youngster. Buck. They call him Buck. Zach Wheat, Hall of Famer? You bet your ass. And he was born in 1888. He's only 22 years old. He'll turn 23 in May of 1911. Very young player. In fact, this is his 3rd season, and he's 22. Started really young, a pure natural. Zach Wheat. Now, if that doesn't look like an old-time dead ball player, this is him just 1 year later. That's a real person there. He went on to age into the 20s, and then I don't know how long he lived, but you can see a picture of him now as a older man. Wow, he lived all the way to 1972. And I want to tell you, this is a picture. This is him. I'm having trouble getting a year on this. But I'm going to tell you, it's got to be 10 years. Or more. Look how much he aged. Look how mature he became. This is only his 3rd season. He ended up having 2,884 hits. So you see how close he got to the 3,000 club. His lifetime average is frickin' 317, which is pretty impressive. And he came into the modern era. He transitioned from the dead ball era into the modern era very nicely. And you can see his home runs went up here in the 20s, 14-16, 14-14, where he was under 10 everywhere here at the beginning. It's because of the ball. So we've played a ball game here And Zach Wheat. What a legend. Died in 1972. Holy shit. I had no idea he lived that long. My Christ. Well, it's going to be Zach Wheat. Now, he's 0 for 3 today. Unfortunately, the Dodgers had bad teams. I think they did win the pennant in 1920. I'd have to double check. But other than that, pretty much they were not a good team until 40. Brooklyn. Until 41. And that was really a interesting team. That had Bill Dickey, you know. That was like the genesis of the greatest dynasty in sports history, even greater than the Celtics, because from 1949 through 64, that's 15 years, 49 to 64, the Yankees won the pennant every year for 15 years, except 2 years, 48, 54 when Cleveland won. In fact, they broke the record for wins and lost 4 straight to the Giants. And then in 59 when the Go-Go White Sox. But the Yankees continued 60, 61, 62, 63, 64. And then it was over. And then a new dynasty started getting built for the 70s. Zach Wheat. I want Zach to just get on base here. Okay, here's Hook Wiltsey facing Zach now. The wind-up and the hook. Whoa, that's 4-6 left-handed. Struck him out. And the ball game is over. Strikeout number 7 for Hooks Wiltsey. Final score here at Hilltop. Oh, you're 60 years old? Oh, yeah, that's great. I'm 65, sir. Final score is Giants 10, Brooklyn 1. 10-1 ball game. And that's like the Twilight Zone. I love it. Wiltsey gets the win. He's 1-0 now. I'm glad we have at least something to go by, the records of these pitchers. Wiltsey now 1-0. He pitched 9, complete, pitched beautifully, in control all game. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hitter. And he walked 1, struck out 7. You know, back then that was, you didn't really have, and then you had 1, even someone like Mathewson or Walter Johnson, it's not like they didn't have the ratios as good as like Koufax and Ryan. You know, Bell gets the loss. He's 0-2 now. And we'll put this in the books. Netzer pitched. That's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Doesn't even matter. We don't keep it, but we will just for you. Just for you. He did pitch good. It was zeros all the frickin' way for Netzer. And again, his son was a fighter. The final line is New York Giants 10 runs, 7-11 hits, and 1 error. Errors are looking good here with the advanced chart. Brooklyn 1 run, 6 hits, and 1 error. Start of the game, I don't know if anybody has a suggestion. But I sure do. I'm going to show him to you right now. His name is Hooks Wiltsey. Yes, it is, folks. Look at this guy. He did it tonight for the Giants. This afternoon, no matter when it is. It's only 4:39 here. I'm going to put these teams away, and then I'm going to stay a while. Go over a little on a little post game with Wiltsey. This Brooklyn Dodger team now is 2-3. They'll be 3.5 behind the first place Reds. That won't last. They're 4-0. Giants now 3-1. That's where they should be now. They're only a game out now. It's so early, folks. So freaking early. There's a guy who played for the New York Giants in the year 1911. He's a little more than a spot starter. I don't know what you would call him. Back then, you'd have pitchers who pitched like once every, 6 games, where they would come in the rotation, pitch every 4 games, and then not pitch a while. I mean, all different things. And imagine what the life was like back then. If you could just put yourself back. See what I can do with Mr. Wiltsey now. I think he deserves it. If I can think about who this guy is, what it must have been like to be Mr. Wiltsey. George Leroy Wiltsey. Got the name Hooks because of his great curveball. He had a brother named Snake Wiltsey. He was 8 years older, really played in a heavy dead ball era. He was done by 1903. His brother, Snake Wiltsey, I like to keep it in the family. I guess he got more from his mother's side. He was on the A's. He was a real dead ball player. He's 7 years younger, I think. About 7 years younger than Snake, than Mr. Hooks. He got his nickname Snake because of his highly contorted pitching motion. It was a very contorted one. He pitched for the Giants from 1904. Now we're talking about Hooks again, the guy who pitched a great game today and won. We're talking about Hooks. We're talking about Hooks Wiltsey. That Hooks Wiltsey pitched with Mathewson from those glory years of 1904 to 1915. And he actually combined with Christy Mathewson for 435 wins. This might be a fairly obscure guy relative to most people who actually was great. He had 12 years. He was 139 and 90. That's fine. And look at some of these wins, losses years he had. Starting with the Giants in his first year, 1904. 13 and 3, 15 and 6, 16 and 11, 13 and 12, 23 and 14. These are during the years the Cubs won the pennant. 1909, 20 and 11, 1910, 14 and 12, and he was 12 and 9 this year. This was his last year. I mean, he was 9 and 6 the next year, and he faded away. A lot of people, it could be their arms. We're talking Hooks Wiltse. He was occasionally used as a position player, including first base in Game 2 of the 1913 World Series, where he cut down 2 runners at home plate in the 9th. He went to Brooklyn in the Federal League. That was a whole different league that rated the majors. I don't know how much you may know about that. I know very little, but I know it happened. And he ended his major league career. He did play some minor league ball off and on until 1926. He came back home to Syracuse, New York, and he worked in real estate and became involved in local politics, serving as a local alderman and property assessor. He died from emphysema on January 21, 1959. He had a 2.47 lifetime ERA. A very, very probably unrecognized pitcher who was very good. Won a lot of years. Here we go. You know, I'm just looking. You know, I see the Giants won a couple pennants in 1904, 1905. John McGraw was the manager. Both teams won over 100 games. And then the Cubs won the pennant 4 years in a row, 1906 through 08. Then the Pirates won in 1909. Wow. Honus Wagner must have been something, huh? And the Cubs won again in 1910. So the Cubs took 4 of 5 in the early 1980s, whatever you would call it. Then, as you know, the Giants won the pennant this year that we're doing, and then they won it the 2 next years, 1912 and 13. It was a dynasty. It's just interesting. Yeah, the Dodgers won in 1916. Guess they were decent enough, huh? It was their first NL pennant in 16 years. Oh, the Giants won the pennant from 1921 through 24, 4 years in a row. That McGraw was still managing. Holy shit. My Lord. And then the team started going down, and so did McGraw. He was old already. But McGraw fascinates me. You know, this guy actually lived, and I don't know how much you're all into John McGraw as he was a true legend. A true frickin' legend, a guy who started by playing. Okay? He started as a frickin' player. Okay? Look at that picture. He was on Baltimore. Ron, you have a great night now. You have a great night. There's John McGraw. And somehow, wow. Wow. This is a pretty well-known picture. 19, they don't tell you what year. Christ. He was a legend. Here's a bunch. Whoa. Here he is. Look at that picture. Whoa. Whoa, look at this. This is him like in the 1800s. Okay? But he became a legend. With the Giants. I don't know how he got hooked up with the Giants. But folks, when it came to New York, baseball became so popular around, by the turn of the century, baseball had really become popular. It really did, and that's why it's the game it is. I don't care how much you say about football and basketball and hockey and even any sport. Nothing is like baseball. Jacques Barzoon, or an author, said, "To truly know the heart and mind of America, you had better learn baseball." Can you imagine this? I think he died in like 37 or 38. Let's check some of that out on John McGraw. I don't think he lived too long, and I think he looked older than he was. He died in 1934. Whoa, he was only 60. Holy shit. I guess I'm luckier than him, huh? I'm 65. He was the third baseman of on the Baltimore Orioles in the 1890s, and they were a great team back then. He was manager for almost 30 years. He was born in poverty in Truxton, New York, so he's a New Yorker. He was born in Truxton. Wow. The population today is 1,133. At least that was 13 years ago. It couldn't have grown too much. It's in New York. People from the island and the city would call it upstate. It's really below mid-state, sort of in the center of the state. That's where he was born. Okay, that's important. But he was in poverty. But baseball helped him. And he rise through the minors, and then he got on the Baltimore Orioles at age 18. 1891, people. That's like the, real old-time baseball. He's born only 8 years after Lincoln was assassinated. Jesus. I want to tell you, this guy was a legend. People respected him. Really, I've read about him. People respected him. He was fair. But he was tough. Okay, and he managed great teams. He was, it was so popular back then. Of course, if you were white, the Negro Leagues actually did start around this time in the early 1900s. It's not researched much, nor is it talked about much, but it's researchable. And then by the 20s, the Negro Leagues really started to get bigger. So, I would love to have the Negro Leagues in Strat-O-Matic. They have a set, but it's like an all-star set. And I don't like that. You know what I'm saying? I want real teams. I know that might take a lot of investment by them, but I think it would sell. Oh, Christ, it would sell. He won 10 pennants as manager. That's only matched by Casey Stengel. And Stengel played for him. Yeah, Stengel was on the Giants. You take care, Ron. McGraw's father, also named John, emigrated from Ireland in 1856. He arrived, are you ready for this? He arrived before the Civil War, and he served in the Union Army. Wow, can you imagine going back to that? As a player, he had a .334 lifetime average, Jesus. Whoa. He died in New Rochelle, New York. Well, that's a nice area. Isn't it? I think so. Isn't that where Rob Petrie and his wife Laura lived? Okay. He died, he saw World War I. He also saw the Depression, and he was in the midst of it, and that's when he died. We could talk about him forever. I bet you I'd love to see if there are audio books on him. I really would. I really would. You could go here and check out John McCraw. I don't know why I'm so fascinated. I am fascinated by Connie Mack because of his longevity, but love like a definitive novel. Oh, he had an autobiography. Lord Christ. I don't know if this is all of it, but yeah, this looks good. Look at this. My 30 Years in Baseball by John McGraw.
Luckily, we had called to turn at exactly the right minute. In half an inning, it seemed.
That's not really very good. Oh shit. Okay, I hope they don't give me a copyright strike on that, but I'll take my chances. John McGraw Giants. He had the best pitcher in baseball, just about, I guess. Here's John McGraw and Christy Mathewson. Here's McGraw. I guess he put on weight at the end. He's still, you see, he's still trim, pretty trim. Look how he sits. That's wild. Just to think those, wait a minute. You ever imagine like you could be looking at film and you could see something that would literally blow your mind apart? You know what I mean? Hold on. Here he is, quite older, in a suit. Yeah, that's it. That's what I wanted. These people back here, I want you to look at these people. Here. No. But anyway, that is, they're horsing around. This is his actual jersey. Whoa. Folks, I'm gonna take off if you don't mind. Look at this. I just found this with John McGraw. I did a search for this, and this came up. Our Game. Wow, that's wild. That's what the rate. Let's click on it. See what happens. Yeah, there it is. That is awesome. Absolutely. Wow. You know, you can go back in time. It's only 5 o'clock. I'm going to pull my hair out. Yeah, absolutely. Negro leagues, yeah. I'd like full seasons. I don't know if it's feasible. You know, Connie Mack is another type of character to me. John McGraw, born in poverty. Connie Mack, I think, was entitled. Born rich. Let me just double check. He was a player, actually, if I'm not mistaken. And then he became a frickin' owner. Yeah, he played. He wasn't very good. He was born Cornelius McGillicuddy. He was born in Brookfield, Mass, which is now East Brookfield. He had no middle name. And His father was a wheelwright. What the hell is a wheelwright? It's a craftsperson who builds or repairs wooden wheels. I guess you do have to do that. Lord, that must be tough work. And his father served in the Civil War. Mac is born 1862, people. Lord, and he died in 56 at age 93. So we're talking, he was born, and you know who the president was? It was Lincoln. Jesus Christ. Here he is this season. I think he's a middle-aged man here. I said 62, 72, 80. He's 49 years old, which was getting older in those days. You know, to die at 60 was not that really unusual. And boy, did he become old and wrinkled. He played 10 seasons in the National League. And almost entirely as a catcher. Whoa. He started in the majors in 86. Here he is again in 1911. This might be at the World Series, I'm not sure, but he's in his glory here. This is Connie Mack. This year, he would not wear a uniform. And I guess the rule was, I think it still is, that you could walk on the field. You know, they allow trainers on the field. They're not really in uniform. You know, coaches and, I mean, you know, like doctors, you know, technicians. But, so he never went on the field. He managed from the dugout. And he did it really for amusement. I don't know where he got the money to buy a team. And that's probably a big part of the story of Connie Mack. He managed for 50 goddamn years. That's the most for any North American professional sport, and has never even been seriously threatened. But how did he buy a team? He created a code of conduct after the 1916 season. Let's take a look at this code of conduct. From Connie Mack, this guy is pretty wild. Here it is. I will always play the game to the best of my ability. Well, it's simple. I guess you could deviate if you're just not feeling well or you're hurt. I always play to win, but if I lose, I will not look for an excuse to detract from my opponent's victory. That's an interesting philosophy. So he's really getting into your head. I will never take an unfair advantage in order to win. I don't know about that. I think that's getting, Jesus Christ. And by the way, his team, as you know, in the 1910s, his team won the pennant a bunch of times, including they won it all last year, 1910, and this year, 1911. The next time they won, after that dynasty, they had a whole dry out through the 20s, and then finally in 29, 30, and 31 they had a dynasty. That's when they had Lefty Grove, I think Grove. They had Al Simmons, I believe, Jimmy Fox. But in the 30s and the 40s, they were bad, and he just wasn't really up to it. And by 1950, but how did he get the goddamn team is my question. I like this. I will always judge a teammate or an opponent as an individual and never on the basis of race or religion. I like that a lot. And we've expanded that today to be sexual orientation. Maybe he was a humanistic person, but how did he get that? How did Connie Mack buy the A's? I think he bought them. My Lord, this guy, he's a businessman. He was called the grand old man of baseball. Wow. In 1912, he was always making a salary as manager, but in 1912, Ben Scheib, I guess he was the owner of the A's or something, I'll have to check that out, loaned Mac $113,000 to buy out people a 25% interest in the team. He gave 5 shares each to his sons, and Mac now owned just under 50% of the team, the stock. And he got dividends. He received $255,000 through the years in dividends. He got none after the 20s. He had outside investments. He opened a bowling alley in 1903, sold it at a profit a few years later. He and Scheib bought acres in the exclusive Bala neighborhood of Philly and built 12 homes. So he started to put his money together. He started, actually, the other business he had was selling food, drinks, and scorecards and advertising in scorecards. and on outfield fences and the renting of cushions at the games. He also had an adjacent beer garden. So he was an entrepreneur. This guy's pretty well researched on it. He made about $655,000 just from concession profits. He was worth at least $1 million, and back then in the 20s. That was a lot of money. $1 million. In 19, we'll call it 25. It's gonna be $1 million. I think that's right. That's like 17 million today. And 17 million today, you know, $1 million is not what it used to be, but 17 million is pretty comfortable, as long as you're not an idiot. And, you know, spend a lot of it. Spend a lot of it. You'd be surprised. You could take, if you want to transform your life, you could take 5 million aside and live on that for a long time. And then take, you know, but anyway, Connie Mack, and he had a relationship with John McGraw. I'm not sure the nature of it. He was on the cover of Time. Wow. He was even-tempered, quiet. He he had a phenomenal career. When he got really old, boy, he got old looking. Here's a picture of him in 1938. He still lived 12 years after, at least 12 years after this. I think that he, unfortunately, I can't get. Let me get a Connie Mack old. Yeah, let's do that. Let's get a Connie Mack old. He died at age 93. Here, this is old, but that's a bit too old. I mean, it's so small. And he's dead, you know. This guy's freaking dead. It was the end of a dynasty. Look at this picture. Oh, Christ. There's some books about him. Maybe I can find an audio book on YouTube. Here he is, really getting old. Lord. Here he is in Schenectady, New York in 1954. So let me check out when he dies. That's pretty freaking old right there. Can you imagine that? Connie Mack. Died in 1956. This is 54, okay. Wow. And he was 93. This is something just to really focus on right here. I can't, here it is. Shit. Look at this right here. Look at this lifespan. December 22, 1862 to 1956. He was born in the Civil War and lived through World War I and II. Wow. Lord, what a span. He was a year and 4 months old when Lincoln was assassinated. A year and 4 months. 16 months old. When he was born, there was no electricity. When he died, we had unleashed atomic power. Actually, on this date, in 1945, Hiroshima. And I was talking about that earlier. I've posted a bunch of photos on it. Here's the one shot of it. The Nagasaki is actually a more classic looking mushroom cloud. This is not really like a mushroom, but this is how it was. That's the first tweet I did. Then I created a thread. This is a pretty haunting image. That is a human being, a victim, burned into the steps of a bank. That's how powerful that is. This is one view of the city. shortly after the atomic bombing on this date, 1945. That's going to be that's 78 years already. Wow. Then we have this one, which has a content warning because it's very sensitive. This is, I'm going to show it. This is a woman who was wearing a kimono, and it burned, the pattern burned into her body after the atomic bombing. You could leave now if you don't want to see it. This photo is often misidentified as the mushroom cloud of the atomic bombing of Hiroshima. However, it's not. This photo is a firestorm in Hiroshima that occurred 3 hours after the bombing. And that's a firestorm, whatever the hell that means. Maybe it's a fire. A big frickin' fire. Oh Christ, that's what it is, right? Just look at the word, firestorm. Shit. Oh Christ. What a Isn't that wild? Oh, God. Here's another one which for some people may be very disturbing. This is a victim. I don't know if they're alive, if they survived, or what. Here's another one that's labeled sensitive. I do this. It's another survivor. As I recall, this is, well, I don't remember which this is. This is very distressing, people, if you don't want to watch it. This is a boy. I don't know how far after, but there are scars. And yet another one. This is a person who, also another person, we have their name. This is his back. So, you know, we do Strat-O-Matic, but we also do real world. Okay. I mean, not only, that is real world. That's fantasy real world. But we do real history of what happened. This is a big shot. It's the last one I've done in this thread. I could even show you how I would go about doing another one, because I've got more. This is a photo of the city. Of course, this structure here still stands. It's a symbol. I post a lot of historical tweets, and I have them archived because all I have to do is search on Twitter. You see, for this date, and I got it right here, August 6th. Go search for this date, and you'll see lots of things. Some things I haven't done yet. I might do more. I don't have to. You know, I don't owe anybody anything, right? I got this one of Obama being the first president to visit, first sitting U.S. president. I have not posted that. This was posted last year by me. That's what I do. I go back and I recycle. And here's where he hugged, oh God, I didn't do this one yet. My God. Lord, look at this. This is stuff, you know, it's worth looking at. It's really worth looking at, if you ask me. This is my tweet deck. This is all you have to do now. This is the old tweet deck. Life gets so complicated. If you look right here, you might be able to read that. Try the new tweet deck I have, and I have gone back to the original because I love the way the original works. This is not easy shit to. You see, this is my X list. I changed the name of it. It used to be my Twitter list. Here's where they come down. And here's notifications. It's quiet right now. This is where we are right now. Can you imagine this? That's wild. People trying to get in. Look how they dressed. Jesus. Look at a little boy with a tie. This boy here. And men wearing hats. What a small entrance. Wow. Lord. Women dressed in dresses, long dresses. Men in suits and ties. Suits, not just the jacket. These are frickin' suits. They used to have things called pants matchers, where they would match pants to jackets, things like that. You know what I mean? They weren't really perfect suits. Some had that, but most people, they were matched. Or they would match it themselves. Now, Hilltop Park fascinates me because if you look at the location, Washington Heights. It's where the Yankees played from 03 to 1912. Then they moved into the Polo Grounds. Look at this. Here it is. We're playing this right now. It was a temporary home of the New York Giants during a 2-month period in 1911 while the Polo Grounds was being rebuilt. Boy, they put that up quick. It's in Washington Heights. And Washington Heights, the northernmost part of Manhattan. There it is. Sure. I thought this place also would be Manhattan. you know? I thought, maybe not. Maybe this is it right here, the end of Manhattan. You see how it goes up? A friend of mine, this was about 20 years ago. I was just visiting New York, and he was my friend. He lives in New York. He took me in his car, and he goes, I want to show you something. I said, okay. And he went up here. And he took me up to the very tippy top. And it's true, it was an island. I think there was water after it, or something. Some separation. And it felt like you were on the top. I don't know. I couldn't go any further. That's Washington Heights right here with the George Washington Bridge. The hell? Wow. It's named for Fort Washington, which was supposed to be the highest point in Manhattan to guard against British. Wow. So where this was. I think this is it. Where's some big park? Inwood Hill Park. Holy cow. This is old New York. Wow. Holy cow. You see how far you can go, you know? This is all, here's residential. I guess the highest part might be up here on up here, but yeah, you have right here He's going pretty off the wall now. God. This is pretty wild. This guy, you know, could you imagine if he went crazy? It could happen. You know what I'm saying? Can you imagine what a interesting twist that would be if he went insane? I'm talking just he went crazy, you know what I'm saying? These people are nuts. We're doing a very interesting YouTube kind of thing. I am so disturbed. I just don't like spaces anymore. And when I do them, they're not worth a damn anymore. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. There's Kathy Harden, yeah. I got this thing. Oh, Lord, that's funny. There's Kathy Harden, yeah. I've been going 3 hours, 34 minutes, you know. I'm wrapped up in here. Yep. Yep, there it is. That's real time right there. You even could go like this to make it less distracting. There we go. There we go. Yeah, there's that right there from Kathy Harden. And then it goes back in. You see. Yeah, no need to be bashful. No need at all. See how deep that goes? That's deep, people. You see that? That's really, really deep. You go way back up in there. you got sort of you got the principal, then you got this. Now we see this one has formed, and another one is trying to form here. You see these levels. That fourth one is trying to, but it's very bright. Then it becomes a nice abstraction. I think so. I like the ability to create something like this through feedback mechanisms. It's a deviation amplifying positive feedback loop. And in order to get back to what we call normality, you have to produce a second order change and interrupt this loop. And I could go to another loop, and that's this here on the desktop, and then create a loop within a loop. This one will now start to regenerate. You see, there it is, the white border. It's pretty far to the right here. There's there's a third one. See how many we're able to see here. There's 4. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Still pretty distinct, but fading. Oh, look at that space. Nice space. There's another one, 7. So we're going with, you can go with the black ones too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And white is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And there's an 8th that just formed. We can go back to our loop over here. Very nice. You know what? I think I'm entitled to another hit. And I want to thank you all. I wish more people would text in the live chat. Oh, there's one from Ron. Yeah, you enjoy it, Ron. Yeah, thank you, sir. Absolutely. If you gotta go, you gotta go. Absolutely. You have a good evening now. You take care. And thanks for enjoying the game with us tonight. Your input is always appreciated. This is a candle. I could light it for you. Might be an interesting juxtaposition. There we go. Well, it doesn't exactly... Oh, Christ. There it is. See how that works. Yeah, so they had their time. You know, you go back 12 years to 1911 when we're doing our replay. And those people have come and gone. And I think many of them who had children, their children have died. and their children are about my age, okay? Or older. So the 3 generations, you know, 2. Actually, a lot of these people were born around the time of the Civil War, and that's around when my great-grandfather was born. I don't know his exact year of birth. Oh, I'm gonna smoke some more weed after. And if we get disconnected, it's because my iPhone overheated. But I don't think I'm having that problem here with this. This app. I really don't. Oh. Oh. Excuse me. Got the hiccups. It'll go away. Oh, God almighty. here on the East Coast in the United States, I have 5 minutes before 6. Finally, this day will come to an end. Oh. A very long day. Tony! Hey, Tony, you there? As legend has it, Connie Mack, he was the manager for the A's. He was staying in some city out of town for a game, and he took a cab from the hotel to the stadium. And when he got there, he let him off, the cab driver, and he said to him, "Hey, how about a tip?" And Connie Mack said to him, "Don't bet on the A's." I think I'm gonna take a little medicine here. I think I'm gonna go with the Run Snout for a little pick-me-up. A little pick-me-up. There we go. Bring it into focus. Bring it all in. Bring it all in, Kathy Harden. Absolutely. I think I owe you one. I think I owe you one. I think I owe you one of these to make it special. And one of these. Absolutely. I'm gonna smoke some grass, people. It's my medicine. This is called Runts. If you'd like a rundown on it. Runts is a rare type of hybrid marijuana strain. It's made by Cookies Fam by crossing Zitilex and Gelato, and it's loved for its incredibly fruity flavor profile that smells just like a bag of the sugary candy we all know and love. Because of the rising popularity of this cannabis strain, it's no surprise Runts was named Leafly Strain of the Year in 2020. It's celebrated for its creamy smoke that is smooth and welcoming. The strain of weed produces euphoric highs and uplifting effects that are known to be long-lasting. Purple Caper Seeds released the same cross under the name Gelato Ziletes. Runts. Let's take a whiff of that. It does smell like sugary candy. It smells like earthy candy. It smells like nature's candy. Let me give another whiff of that. Oh, that smells good. Let's try a little hit of this. Let's just take a little morsel right here. That's all. Even that's a lot. You just pack that in. And we're gonna take a hit of this. We're gonna have a good time with it. Indeed. Oh. Oh, that is so tasty. You know that? I could release this whole thing as just a beautiful ambiance episode. Lovely episode. Whoa. Lord. Four dead, 51 missing after a migrant ship sinks off the Tunisian coast. Now, this is just terrible, these tragedies. I heard a train derailment in Pakistan killed about 30, injured many more. They say that Jamie Foxx apologized for insinuating that the Jews murdered Jesus. And the only thing that puzzles me about that criticism is that shouldn't true believers in Jesus, shouldn't they thank the Jews if that were true? Because that led to him rising from death and becoming the Christ. Now, if anybody out there has any inkling as to what I'm talking about, please let me know, okay? Yeah, I know. I know it gets very complicated. It gets very, very fucking complicated. Oh, I love that. I love that as an ambiance. This is copyright free, and I better not get any goddamn complaints about this from YouTube. I try my darndest to be compliant. I know I'm going to get a strike against me eventually. I have one warning. I have one warning. That's not bad. That's all. It's like something like 3 copyright strikes and you're out. So well, here's something I can do tomorrow, because I was knocked out of this for a while. I applied for ad revenue on YouTube, didn't get it. You know, I didn't know how much longer I would live, but, you know, it's worth doing, I guess. looks like it's like cannabis porn, you know? Oh, look at that, how beautiful that is. Whoa, the clarity of it on the big screen. Folks, you know, you can watch, I'm sure you know, you can watch YouTube on the big screen, you know? You see, I'm doing it right now. It's awfully beautiful. And it's a marvel to be seen. I could almost, you know, see people's faces, or people in these pieces. Look at this right here, this guy right here. I'm waiting for it to get on the big screen so I can see. If you look at this guy, yeah, this guy, there's two eyes that look like, almost like a frog's eyes or something, and his mouth is just below. Just take a look at this guy for a minute. And his body is the goes back. Part of it is because we have pattern recognition. Our brains are wired to see faces. Now, if you look to the right of that guy, the right of this guy right here has two eyes, and then it's like an upside down small arrow. This guy in here for a nose, and then he has the mouth right under it. It's that guy right here. It's hard for me to get to there, above that. Take a look at him, and you can even see he's got hair at top of him. You see the hair? That's probably the best. Okay? See, that's a whole world there. That guy has hair. I see a person down here. You can only see one of their eyes. Let me see if I can get that. Yeah. Wait a minute. My Lord, yeah. I can actually see both. This right in here, it's so hard to get to. It's right in here. There's two eyes. It's more of a side shot with the nose and then the mouth. Check that out. There it is. It's above the pen. It was above the pen. Now this over here, this thing, this is a big mess. And this is the makings of a person, but they're mutated and deformed. Okay? See that person down here? In the corner there? Hiding out? You see him? Look at those two eyes. And the nostril. There it is. It's actually this way. Okay. The nostril there. Or the nose and the... Yeah, it could be a nostril. This right here, your guess is as good as mine. This right here, because if you look, that could be a two-headed bird, a very small bird, like a baby, almost a little older than a baby bird, like a robin or something. Right here, there's beaks going both ends. You see there's two faces. Oh, do you ever crack yourself up? This guy is a lousy bastard. That is some repulsive guy, a reprehensible bastard. That guy, he's on all the shows now. Who is an attorney? He goes through attorneys like, you know, like you go through water, okay? Plus he doesn't pay. You better get a big retainer from that bastard. I wouldn't give him anything without $1 million up front. Really. You know that? So I'm gonna go for a little more runs here. I have 6:19 p.m. Eastern in the Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 6:20 p.m. And wow. The way I just left this, because I just took a hit out of this runs. Holy shit. That looks like a fish right here. It's the side of a fish, you know, if it was swimming or something. There's the eye, this is the fins, and you have the front over here. It could be many things. Isn't that something how when you turn something around? Now up here is a puppy Cocker Spaniel, right up here. Check it out. It's a freaking Cocker Spaniel. Do you see it? Let me know now. Oh yeah, paid for by his cult. Now, you got to refresh me, Kathy. My mind just goes off into, oh yeah. Now I remember that goddamn attorney. I hate when an attorney comes on and says shit like that. Boy, that is pretty. That is very, very pretty. It's cannabis porn. I want to get the best light I can. It may not be a complete overshot. Oh my God. That right there is a schnauzer. Oh shit! Right there! Oh my God! Folks, is it me or what? Oh shit, that's like another kind of breed of a dog right down here with the 2 ears. Oh my God, that's uncanny. Folks, this is documented. This is freaking blowing my mind. Oh my Lord, this back here looks like a sort of a wise old lion. A wise old lion, look at this, the face of the lion. Old. A female. All right, the female lions, or they're the men? Yeah, the men are the decorated ones, right? Yeah. That's a male. On the other hand, that could be a genus of a primate, the head of a primate. You know, you have old monkeys, you know those? Old monkeys really are wild to me because, you know, that's a whole genus. Really, and they're rare. Old world monkeys. Yeah, old world monkeys. They blow my mind. And they're a diverse group of primates that have common body size, habitat, and social organization. It's almost like an ethnicity. You know what I mean? Christ. I mean, if you go back, folks, this is what blows my mind. Everybody has a descendants. You take your mother and your father and you just go back and it never ends. Never ends until it never ends until you punctuate it somewhere, such as the Big Bang. Okay, but somewhere after the Big Bang, and much earlier than you could ever imagine. That's a frickin' dog down there. You can see the front legs. That's amazing. Or a lion. There was a species, and the branch is very broad. The branch of evolution, very broad and complex. And oh, that's tasty. Oh! But I like to go back many millions of years to the point where I could only surmise that there was a mammal of some type that may have been something like a lemur. Okay. What if I told you that if you go back this may have been a descendant directly in your bloodline. Think about it, folks. Something like this. Not even a primate. I don't think they are. They are primates. Okay. Shit. That's wild. That is freaking wild. Wow. They are primates. Could you imagine a creature like this? Not this creature, but something like it. I read that once. Not that it's true, but it's an interesting theory that something that looks something like this. The lemur society is run by women, if you want to call them that, females. Incredible social organization. They have stink fights. Ring-tailed lemurs settle disputes with stink fights. Wow. Wow. These are the only non-human primates with blue frickin' eyes. How's that for a creature? That almost looks like from another planet. Or from someone's imagination. Do you know what I mean? And they're surprisingly intelligent. You may think that they're not, because look how small they are. They average between 2 and 2.5 feet. I think they're very versatile. Wow, they self-medicate with insects. They help pollinate. They're running out of time. All the 106 known lemur species known to science all face a realistic risk of extinction by mid-century. And I wouldn't be surprised by that. Some extinction is okay, folks. You know, we just should try to respect the earth more, you know. Lemurs, I find all primates to be fascinating. Now, these frickin' lemurs have blue frickin' eyes. That's frickin' wild. Imagine it. Think about it. You could even take, you know, we don't know. But there were primates that were intelligent, more intelligent. They stood up, and some people think that's because of the grasslands forced them to stand. And we're talking millions of years. The estimate of the age of Homo sapien is incredibly short. So-called experts, they disagree on when was the first human. There really was no first human. Evolution, biological evolution, is so slow. For most animals, you know, you can have viruses, which are living organisms. You can have them mutate immediately. I mean, it doesn't take millions of years, but this is just amazing if you look at a creature like this. Can you imagine doing a science fiction novel, but it might be, you know, it might be about 900 pages of small print, or large if you want it. And it would be volume 1. of a world where there were 3 species that had what we would consider human intelligence, human-like intelligence. They're all primates. Okay, this would be like an alternate history of biological, biogenetic evolution. And this is the way the world would be. And the first volume could be about how these species try to get along. And what makes these species special. Is their ability to get along, eventually. You could have one species would be called human being, or a Homo sapien, which would look very much like you see them today. You could go back, real world, we'll just take real world with that and just go with that species will be like us. They won't end up doing everything, and people like Lincoln would never have been born and all that, but someone else would be born. And you and I would not have been born. Look at that frickin' animal. That is a lemur, people. I think they're pretty smart, these lemurs. They're not at our level, or even at the level of a chimpanzee or a higher primate, but they still look like they're pretty bright. And they're very friendly. Some of them look like just right out of a gift card or something. Okay? Some of them are just, will blow your mind. Okay? These are lemurs. This is in Madagascar. Swamp lemurs. And they were just documented. You see, there's one where we didn't know there was such a species, and then you find it. You see, there's I think we're related to them. You know that? I do. I think, let me just say, we are definitely related. I mean, if we're primates, we're related, in my opinion. Humans related, or relationship to lemurs? It's a simple question. There are about 200 species of primates, and those include monkeys, lemurs, apes, and Homo sapien, and I think we're our own species. Not because I think we're great or anything like that. You have monkeys, and in particular, I think chimpanzees. But here's a question. See if I can get it here. This guy writes some interesting stuff. That lemurs were the first adroit tree dweller. I mean, they lived in the trees, and on the trees they got fruit, nuts, leaves, insects, full course smorgasbord for them. And anyway, it was dangerous on the ground. And they literally, I think, jumped and flied. I think they may still do so. They are our most distant living primates, lemurs. Okay? So let's just put it that way. We're talking, and I'm just hypothesizing here. I think we are, I think we are tens of millions of years out of that. And to imagine it, New York, could be ready to go through hell with its migrant crisis. Wow. Anyway. Well, it's been a great night having you all. Okay. And I'm just hanging out, folks. I'm limited to what I can play. I hope I don't get flagged on this, but if I do, I do. We'll just let it go around and have a good time with it too. While we're at it. That's what I say. And have a good time with it too. You can go around all you want now. That's what I say. You hear me? You can go around all you freaking want. Because my name is Jeffrey. My name is Jeffrey. Guterman. Rodney. I like to do, creative foreplay where you penetrate when the moment is right. I'm talking about innuendo. There's hair. Combining sounds. I did it last night. I drank a pint. But I was okay. I drank a pint. We walked on the other side, and I saw her when I must have been 5 years old. It's a true story, but I could sit here and do this. You know what I mean? I'm talking about on November 22nd, 1963, I'm sitting in kindergarten class. And there's an intercom right in the center of the wall, at the top of the wall, at the head of the classroom, and it announced that the president had been shot, or President Kennedy had been shot. And I turned to Miss Fessel, my teacher, who I thought was beautiful, and my mother would later tell me she was actually quite plain looking, and asked her, am I gonna get shot? And I do remember she assured me no, but my memory is so it's almost degraded. You know what it's like? A memory is a reconstruction. It's almost degraded. You know what It's the firing of molecules doing something we still don't understand, and you can reconstruct a memory. It's not the event itself, my actual sitting there, but I do remember, I think most of all, I remember remembering it. But it frickin' happened. I think most of all, I remember remembering it. But it frickin' happened. I think most of all, I remember remembering it. It happened all right. I'm gonna take another hit here of the runs. I'm having a good run. I'm gonna take another with the runs. So I'm having a good run. I'm gonna take another good run. So oh God, that is tasty shit. Ooh, that is. Would you please? Would you please beg my fancy? Oh, I dig it. I freaking dig it, you know, real time. You know that? I freaking dig that. Dig it, you know, real time. You know that? I'm digging it real time. I'm digging it real time. I'm really digging it. And I hope you're digging it too. I'm really digging it. I think this app uses less energy. I really do. I think this app uses less energy. I really do. Hold on. There it is. We're fine. There it is. We're fine. Yes, we are. Anyway, people, this is wild. Anyway, people, I am really looking forward to 7 p.m. because that is a much later time than 6 p.m. I really don't know what to do with myself. You know, kind of when I smoke some weed, I start to. I really don't know what to do with myself. You know, kind of when I smoke some weed, I start to. I don't know, look within. But I don't know why I always, you know, I go back to spaces and it just, those are not working for me. And so I'd really, I think my better move would be resist any, you know, instant gratification of going on and don't do it. I'd like to apply for this, they're asking me to apply again. I'd like to apply for this, I gotta frickin' see that. Customize my own channel, and here I can go with the content. No, here I go with the earn. That's pretty simple. I could apply now. Here it is. Okay, I'll do this tomorrow, this step. Okay. So that goes to show you we're here. They have this laid out so hard. The earn section. I can start here again tomorrow for Google AdSense, then I'll get reviewed. You have to have enough traffic. I think I get a bit of traffic, you know, on this channel. I know that I don't get a lot. I don't care. I want to do something I like to do. And I just wish there was more interaction where users could come on the video easily, you know. But maybe someday I'll do that. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. These people freak me out. These people. And there's there he is in the Hall of Fame. 18 years with the Brooklyn team. Just missed 3,000. He had 2,804 hits. 317 lifetime. Speaks for itself. He may be one of the most unsung superstars ever. I'm not saying underrated, I'm just saying here he is when he finally got it. Wow. Wow. It was some years later. 1959. He spanned the dead ball era and he came into the 20s too. So he was, you know, of two worlds. Two eras. He just didn't have the, I don't know, he didn't have the, maybe it's all how you view it, you know. "18 years. 317 lifetime, for Christ's sakes. Here he is some years later, not at the end, you see, but he's aging. The forgotten Dodger, you see. Wow. Zach Wheat, the forgotten Dodger. Isn't that something? That's exactly what I'm talking about. Well, Zach Wheat, when he retired, became a farmer and then a police officer.
What's up, guys? It's Quandale Dingle here. I have been arrested for
In
multiple crimes.
Kansas City after the
Battery of a
Depression
police officer, grand theft,
caused him to
criminal
sell his
public
farm.
indecency. I will be escaping prison.
This is Zach
March
Wheat
20th.
went on a police call in 1936. This is Wheat as a police officer. Wow. He crashed his car and suffered a fractured skull, broken wrist, 15 broken ribs. He spent 5 months in the hospital and retired as a police officer. And he moved with his family to a lakeside house in Sunrise Beach, Missouri, and opened a 46-acre hunting and fishing resort. Whoa. Zach Wheat. Jeez. This is a strange quote, folks. I'm not sure I agree with this, but this is a quote from Zach Wheat. I smoke as much as I want and chew tobacco a good deal of the time. I don't pay any attention to the rules for keeping in physical condition. I think they're a lot of bunk. The less you worry about the effect of tea and coffee on the lining of your stomach, the longer you will live and the happier you will be. He died of a heart attack at age 83 in 1972. That's a guy who played in the dead ball era, who lived all the way to 1972. I was really into baseball then. I could have easily have remembered when that happened, meaning I was aware of it at the time. Maybe, I don't know. A lot have died. You know, that's not the smartest comment, but you have a Zach Wheat. Now, I can all get you into a guy from that era. And show you a life that is unbelievable.
Oh my God!
Whoa, this is his last at bat or something? Oh, his last home run. Wow. So this is 1908, you know.
Sussy baka.
You know. Wow. I could probably think of somebody, you know, and you know, I'm looking at this on the big screen right now. This is just like as good as if you were watching C-SPAN or somebody talking about something. You know what I mean? History. I could probably pick someone out.
black people be like.
Wow. Whoa. Here's a, can hardly see it, a picture. Oh, Christ. There's a picture of him with his grandson. But that's almost useless. To have a website that gives you such small, you know, ridiculous. I would think, you know, he would be a legend of people. And here you have the pride he has of being inducted into the Hall of Fame, elected into the Hall of Fame. And he's in his later years. This is 1959. He died in 72, my Lord. He lived 13 more years after this. He had the numbers themselves, you know, 2,800 lifetime hits, 317 lifetime, and a great fielder. I mean, that's a shoe-in for, who hits 317 lifetime today? And that's up there. I mean, you have, this is something, you know, to see him living in the world in 1972 is almost like an alternate history. What would it be like? That is so bizarre that he lived so long. Zach Wheat. He was always in the Brooklyn Eagle. Frickin' wrote about him a lot in 18 years of playing. By the time he retired, I think 27 was his last year. Then the Dodgers, they didn't have much of a team in the 30s, but then by the 40s they developed a team. At least that's the way I look at it. I don't think they won the pennant any year in the 30s. Excuse me. Yeah, I don't see I see the Robins winning it in 16. They were called the Trolley Dodgers, I think, in 1911, our season, my season. But they came in 7th, but they won in 16. And 20. I remember 20. And I think they lost to Cleveland that year. And then here we are in the 20s. now. And there's nothing. All the way to 41. There it is. From 1920 all the way to 41 here. Oh, I'm so sorry. And then they've been in with pennants consistently, decade in, decade out. Especially recently, for Christ's sakes. All right? Hey folks, I got 7:06 p.m. Eastern here in Fort Lauderdale, and I think I'm going to call it a night, okay? I'll try to get along alone. It's not much fun sometimes. But we'll try our best. I want to thank everybody who's been here. This is actually a continuation of a game that started over 4 hours ago. I think it was 2. I think it might have started 1:30. I don't know, but whatever it is, folks, I want to say thank you. There's Kathy Harden again. She's still there. Thank you, Kathy Harden. We thank you so much. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's been quite a program. I might want to re-release this as ambiance. A very nice, and you can loop it. I might do just that. And what I could do, since I have this loop, is just go like this on my keyboard and make a picture of this. And there we go, we save it. And it's going to be usable for the rest of the evening as a recycled as ambiance. Strat-O-Matic and other ambiance. Or Strat-O-Ambiance, maybe. Strat-O-Ambiance. So we're going to cut off here, folks. I always say wish you all a good night. Here's how I close it out. We go to live streaming. And we're just doing a little hand movement right here at the end. You go right over here where it says end stream. See, this is a YouTube. This way you don't have any problems with applications. So you all have a good night, okay? I'm gonna click that. Then once I click this, it's over. Good night.